Good evening. Just checking in. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. What are these for? We are right now. We're noticing it. Oh,
Can you hear us, Roland? We can hear you.
Tim, here's
We
the
can
setup.
hear you. Your little hand's raised. I see that.
Do not lean back.
Can you hear us, Roland?
There's levers all over these things.
Oh, there it is.
I'm afraid I'll be cruising like
Yeah.
Roland, can you hear us?
Lock it.
One, I think it ejects, so watch you, make sure you pick the right one. Yeah.
I locked it because if I didn't know that, I would lean back and flip over. Are we ready?
Roland? Unmute, please.
He just checked in a second ago.
Did he hear you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so did I.
Ready to go?
Roland, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This time we'll call to order the meeting of Monday, August 2nd, 2021. City Attorney, is there anything you want to say before we go to closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. If the City Council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion. Specifically, number 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B. That's all, 2 potential cases. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Do we have
Aye.
the roll call?
Oh, we do have one. Yes, we do have the roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Resendez, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Or I should say 3-0-0-1.
Thank you. We'll move to closed session now.
behind time, so.
Hey, I'm gonna appreciate that.
Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Roland, are you ready?
I'm ready.
This time, we're going to resume the meeting of August 2nd, 2021. Councilmember Perez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Present.
Mayor Velazquez?
Here.
City Manager Miller?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Here.
Chief of Police Reynoso?
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of August 2nd, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on July 29th, 2021 at 8:45 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council discussed in closed session those items which are agendized for closed session discussion and which I read into the record before moving into closed session. And direction was given to staff and negotiators. The City Council adjourned from closed session at 7 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Tonight we have some recognitions for the Employee Service Awards for 2020, first and second quarters of 2021.
Sorry, very short, apparently.
That's okay.
Good evening, everyone, mayor, council members, and everyone else in attendance. My name is Sydney Vega. I work in the Human Resources Division for the city. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we've had to postpone recognition of our city service awards because we wanted to give staff the opportunity to come in person with their families if they wanted to do that. So we'll be going over service awards for the year of 2020 as well as quarters 1 and 2 of 2021. Given the number of employees receiving awards tonight, we're going to break them up into 2 groups, and I'll go over 2020 first. If anyone is present, they're welcome to come up at the end of me reading the group, and I'll present them with their pins. All right. So we have 12 employees for 2020. I'll start off. Michelle Sharton was hired February 23rd, 2015. She currently serves as our payroll manager in the Administrative Services Department in the Finance Division, and she achieved 5 years of service last year. Police Sergeant James Arnold Weathers, he was hired April 8th, 1995, and he achieved 25 years of service last year, so that's awesome. Police Officer Guadalupe Pompa, his hire date was May 4th, 2015. He too achieved 5 years of service last year. Andrew Echevarria, he is a level 2 maintenance worker in our utilities division in the Community Services Department. He was hired on May 16, 2015, and he achieved 5 years of service last year as well. Police Officer Thomas Torres was hired on June 1st, 2015, and he achieved 5 years of service last year. Fire Chief Bob Martin Del Campo was hired with the city August 3rd, 2015 as our fire chief. He as well achieved 5 years of service last year. Police Sergeant Aurelio Melgoza, he was hired on August 10th, 2015, also achieved 5 years of service last year in 2020. Karina Freeman was hired on August 12, 2015. She is one of our police services officers in the records for the police department. She achieved 5 years of service last year as well. Julian Camarillo was hired on September 3rd, 1985 with the city. He is a water maintenance operator in our utilities division of the Community Services Department, and he achieved an astounding 35 years of service last year. Next is Ruben Arroyo Flores. He was hired on September 19th, 2015. He is one of our equipment mechanics in the Fleet Maintenance Division of the Community Services Department, and he achieved 5 years of service last year with the city. Police Officer Rudolph Rodriguez was hired on October 30th, 2000, and so he achieved 20 years of service last year with the city of Hollister. Last but not least, for 2020, Trenna Burbank. She was hired on December 28, 2015. She initially worked as an accounting technician in the Finance Division of Administrative Services and currently serves as our utility technician in the Utilities Division of the Community Services Department. And she achieved 5 years of service as well. So if any of those individuals from the 12 that I listed are here tonight, you're welcome to come up and accept your awards. I'm going to move on to 2021 for quarters 1 and 2. If no one is here, though, I don't.
Back there?
Yeah, I don't think we have anyone here from last year. It's been like quite a while, so I think everyone kind of did their own celebrating.
That was so last year, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Yeah, no,
that's what I heard. They were like, "It's fine, just send it to me." I'm like, "Okay." We just want to make sure that they get the proper recognition, though, because we do really appreciate. Those from celebrating 5 years of service to 35. It's amazing. So next I'll move on to 2021, though, and I do think we have a couple here. So I'm excited about that. First to start off is Cheryl Mullen. She was hired on January 8, 2001. She previously served as the management analyst in our city manager's office, so those of you who have been in City Hall may have seen her. And then she recently served as our interim airport director, and she achieved 20 years of service this January. Michael Gerzon, he was hired on January 9th, 2016 as a permanent employee. He currently serves as our environmental programs manager in the utilities division of the Community Services Department, and he achieved 5 years of service this year. Officer Don Ton was hired on February 9, 2016. He also achieved 5 years of service this year. Derek Spates is our streets and parks supervisor. So he oversees all of parks and streets within the Community Services Department. He was hired on February 12, 2001 and achieved 20 years of service this February. Maria Mendez, she's actually here tonight. She is our Cannabis Affairs Manager in the Planning Division of the Development Services Department. She was hired on as a permanent employee March 20th, 2006 and achieved 15 years of service in March. Raymond Perez is a senior maintenance worker. He was hired on April 23rd, 1996. He works as a senior maintenance worker in our streets division of the Community Services Department, and he achieved 25 years of service this year. Police Lieutenant Rosario Botano was hired on April 23rd, 2001, and she achieved 20 years of service this year. Senior Accounting Technician Peggy Hone was hired on May 1st, 2006, and she works in our Finance Division of the Administrative Services Department. She achieved 15 years of service this May. Valera Key also works in the Finance Division of our Administrative Services Department. She's a Level 2 Accounting Technician. She was hired on May 2nd, 2016, and achieved 5 years of service this year. Gail Cole is one of our multi-service officers from the police department. She was hired May 21st, 2001, and she achieved 20 years of service this year. Ronnie Rubacaba is a level 2 maintenance worker who works out at our airport. He was hired on May 28th, 2016, and also achieved 5 years of service this year. And again, last but not least, for quarters 1 and 2 of 2021, we have Summer Garcia. She's currently acting as our interim utility supervisor in the Utilities Division of Community Services Department. She was hired on May 31st, 2016, and she too achieved 5 years of service this May. And we just want to say thank you, take this time to tell these employees how much we appreciate them. They're all phenomenal. We really enjoy working with them, and honestly, I can't put into words how great it is to be working with them and seeing them grow and succeed in their careers. And we just greatly appreciate their time and their dedication to the city and this community.
Well, thank you all.
So if Maria Summer, anyone else from this year would like to come on down, I know there's a couple here. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Next, we're going to have a presentation from the executive officer at the local agency formation commission, which we call LAFCO, with an update on what's going on and how things work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. I would like to present to you Mr. Bill Nicholson. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, he is the Executive Officer of San Benito County LAFCO, and Bill has been with the San Benito County LAFCO for 5 years as an Executive Officer in the capacity of part-time contract position. Mr. Nicholson is also the Executive Officer for Merced LAFCO in a contract position since 2013, and before that worked with Merced LAFCO as a county planner since 1983. So he is a wealth of knowledge, very respected, very knowledgeable, and we're very fortunate to have him here share a few words with us. Mr. Nicholson graduated with a master's degree in urban planning from UCLA in 1981, my alma mater as well. With that, I would like to present to you Mr. Bill Nicholson from LAFCO, who will be providing a brief presentation on the LAFCO annexation out of jurisdiction process. Bill, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you for having me. Okay, got the. Okay, yeah, thank you for inviting me. The LAFCO role coordinating with the city is very important as you're processing your general plan update. And LAFCO has been involved, fortunately, through your consultants and your staff on several conference calls along with the county and other agencies within the county. So appreciate the opportunity to come give an overview of LAFCO and some issues within the community. So thank you very much. So I'm going to start off from the basics of who is LAFCO and why we're recreated and what we do, and then get into more local issues. LAFCOs were created coming out of the growth boom in California after World War II, when tons of soldiers were relocating and moving, and California was one of the hot spots, and San Jose was one of the well-recognized hot spots too. As the growth happened, we had a huge demand for services. There were wars between cities over who was going to serve the new growth, cities competing with land, and it was a local issue. Everybody fighting, there was no state involvement in it. A lot of special districts were created without any real thought of what was efficient. Some were special districts that were public, some were private, and it was a real mess. So at the time, Governor Pat Brown, Jerry Brown's father, established a commission on urban problems and orderly boundaries, and they commissioned a report that was completed back in 1961, leading to the creation of LAFCO. Contrary to a lot of the push at the time, LAFCO wasn't created as a state agency to look over the shoulders of cities and counties and special districts. They decided to make it a local agency. So all 58 counties in California have a LAFCO, but it's made up of a body that includes representatives across the local government spectrum, and there's no state oversight or involvement on the day-to-day operations of LAFCO. We're also independent. There's no county oversight or city directing what LAFCO does. Our leadership comes from the commission itself, and that's my boss is the executive officer, is the 5 commissioners that sit on LAFCO. There was a major update to the law in year 2000. I just brought a copy of that, the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act, and it was a pretty comprehensive revamp of multiple prior laws that dealt with LAFCO and put it all in one location and added a lot more meat and a lot more requirements for what LAFCO has to, documents we have to prepare, like municipal service reviews. So our purposes are to encourage logical and orderly boundaries and discourage urban sprawl. Over the last 50 years, you could argue we haven't done a very good job of it. We also are targeted with conserving agricultural and open space lands, promoting efficient service delivery, which again was one of the problems before, and that involves even creation of new districts and incorporation of cities. We have things to consider like regional housing needs to provide for growth, the adequate water supplies for that growth, disadvantaged communities was one of the more recent issues added, wildfires and other hazard areas, maybe flooding, that now they're having LAFCO look into that more carefully on annexations. And they've added almost every year or two, they add other provisions for us to look at. In San Benito LAFCO, we have, again, it's all local people. We have 2 county supervisors that are elected by the Board of Supervisors, 2 city council members or mayors, and we have 2 cities, so there's always one from San Juan Bautista and one from Hollister, and they're appointed by the Mayor's Council, which are the mayors of the 2 cities. And then those 4 members select a public member. And each category has an alternate who can only vote when one of the regular members isn't present. Unique to LAFCO, again, when you're serving on LAFCO, because you're enforcing state laws, but you're local, but you're not a city or county, is that when you get to the commission and you're voting, you put on your LAFCO hat and take off your city or your county hat. And it's very hard to do, but that's one of the charges. When you're voting, you may have voted for something as a city council member or a supervisor, and when you come to LAFCO, if you look at the rules and they're different, you'd be permitted to or encouraged to vote according to LAFCO rules. Again, it's a hard role for everybody but the public member who can't be from a city or a county or a special district. Some LAFCOs in the state have special districts on their LAFCOs too, so they have 7 members instead of 5. So again, LAFCOs regulate boundaries of existing agencies or the creation of new ones, which would be, new boundaries would be a formation of a new district or an incorporation of a city. We can approve changes in boundaries like annexations only if it's within the sphere of influence of the agency, and so we've established a sphere of influence. We cannot directly regulate land use, so we couldn't say you're trying to annex land for single-family homes on large lots, and LAFCO will deny that unless you make it small lots or apartments. LAFCO has to judge the application as it comes in. We can't change land uses or recommend changing land uses. We also regulate extensions of public services outside your boundary or district boundary without annexing. And out of this whole law, there's a page and a half of rules on that. So it's very small, but in the Hollister area, as you know, especially with your sewer, that's a lot of the growth happens through that provision. But in the law governing LAFCO, again, it's a tiny fraction of what we deal with. So it's basically an exception to the rule. Going with that. So we are required to adopt and periodically update a sphere of influence, which is defined as the plan for the probable physical boundary and service area of the agency. So usually you're looking at the sphere, like you're doing a general plan update, you're looking at the sphere as a map, a boundary outside the city limits. But it's actually also a plan, and the plan is adopted by LAFCO, and we have criteria to consider for what that plan entails. In order to update the sphere of influence, the law in this book that came up in 2000 was to add municipal service reviews to our responsibilities, and that's a more comprehensive look at each agency, the cities and special districts within the county. And we have to look at growth and population projections, the needs and deficiencies of public services, the financial ability of the agency to provide those services, opportunities for shared facilities between cities or districts, and accountability and operational efficiencies. And accountability goes to things like the Form 700s, ethics training, posting agendas for meetings. Cities do all that. You got a lot of public view, but there's a lot of small special districts that don't have public meetings. They don't post their agendas. So LAFCOs have a charge to, at least we can't correct that, but we can bring it out into the public by producing these documents that are up for public review. So now we'll get into just some maps instead of just a bunch of text. So the State Office of Planning and Research prepared this as a general guide for general plan updates, where you have your basic city limits in the gray, and then outside of that you'd have your sphere of influence, which is the area again that you plan to go into and you provide services for. And then the outermost boundary is called the city's planning area, and there's other names for that, like area of interest that you might put in your general plan. But those are areas that you might have a concern. It could be a regional park, it could be a industrial area or something that the city has an interest in, but they're not proposing to annex it. And it's definitely everything outside the city is, of course, in the county. So comparing that map to the city, this is your current general plan, and on this scale, it's a little bit hard to see, but you have your gray areas in the city limits, and then you have your sphere of influence boundary, and then the general plan boundary is much larger. And the contrast between this map and the state's kind of example is, you see the sphere of influence, the first line outside the city, has a lot of area for growth into it, and then the boundary beyond that isn't very large because it may have less issues. In the Hollister area, the sphere of influence is actually very tight. It's a dashed line that you can see it goes around the airport, like on the north, the end of the runway. The sphere just wraps around that and comes down, and when you go to on the west side, Buena Vista Road, it's just north on West Side Road, so it's like a quarter mile north in that area. And you see all that land to the north is in your general plan area, but it's not within your sphere. And same as areas in the east. The sphere of influence dashed line just runs about probably about a half mile east of San Felipe, and in your general plan area you have a whole bunch of other land to the east that's not within your sphere. So you have a lot of area of interest or concern, but you don't have it as an area that you're going to grow into, and that's within your current general plan. Another area of importance is over on Fairview Road to the southeast, the lower right corner. The general plan area jumps over Fairview Road, but the sphere stops on Fairview, and so that's an area of a lot of county development, such as Santana Ranch, and I should say proposed county development. Santana Ranch is an existing project, but they're proposed projects. So they're in your general plan area, but they're not in your sphere of influence. Another complicating factor is you are in control of your general plan, and you're the only entity to adopt it. And LAFCO would use that to look at your sphere in the future. But besides the city, everything outside the city, pretty much in your area, is designated urban in the county. So when you go across the general plan line, pretty much everything, especially to the south and east, and a little bit southwest, is designated urban in the county. So whether you have plans to develop it in your general plan, the county's got plans for it to be urbanized in the county. And again, with the historic agreement on sewer, the development happens outside the city in the fringe areas of the city. As you adopt your general plan, you'll come up with a proposed sphere of influence, and that gets submitted to LAFCO. And so I just wanted to give a brief summary of the process. You would include the sphere as part of your CEQA document that you prepare your EIR for the general plan. And then under the law for LAFCO, you, as a city, have to meet with the county and discuss that sphere of influence. And one of the main aspects of that is what happens in that area before the city annexes. What does the county do in your sphere, and what does the city do? And the city would usually want the county to leave it alone and wait for the city to go out there and serve it. And that brings in revenue sharing typically, where in order for the county to say, we'll leave it alone, they say, well, let's share in the revenue in certain ways. And I know that's been a contentious issue, especially for the non-residential development. So you don't have to have revenue sharing as part of your sphere of influence agreement. It's usually more about land use, but those issues are typically what comes up. And then after you get that agreement, well, you try to get an agreement. You don't have to have an agreement. You try to get the agreement. If you reach an agreement with the county on that sphere, and the county says, yeah, that's a good sphere, we're supportive of it with these land use agreements, then LAFCO, our commission is to put great weight on that. So we have our rules about what we're supposed to consider, the factors that we evaluate for a sphere. And if it doesn't quite fit, but the city and the county have reached agreement on it, then we're supposed to kind of defer to that versus nitpick at it as LAFCO. So, so it encourages the city and the county to work together on that sphere. And if you do, that'll be a great advantage when you get to LAFCO. The issues that we look at in the sphere, just very quickly, are the present and planned land uses, which come from your general plan, and how much ag and open space land is within the proposed boundary, the need for public services and facilities in the area, which again would be based on your general plan. We'll look at your capacity of services and your plan for services, which would usually are in master plans, utility master plans. We also look at social or economic communities of interest in the area, and that involves a potentially different things such as jobs, housing balance. Like if you had a big sphere for a bunch of housing but you don't have jobs, then there could be issues that you're not going to balance your growth. Another issue is other service providers. So you have the Sunny Slope Water District on the east side, and so they're providing water, and they may decide that they have less water available than you want in your general plan. So that's an issue that you'd have to resolve that LAFCO's got to look at. And then also the need for services for disadvantaged communities, which are in the unincorporated area that you annex ag land and open space land that's easy to develop, and then there's a county community that's low income sitting there and you skip around it. And so those are issues for LAFCO to look at, like how to encourage the city taking in both, or how do you deal with those disadvantaged communities over time. And then in terms of our process, we would get the application in, we notify various agencies, including the school districts, who, by the way, we have no authority over. We have responsibility with special districts like sewer districts, water districts, resource conservation districts, ag irrigation districts, but not school districts. We'll use the secret document, the EIR, that you use for the city's general plan for the sphere. We have our own notice of public hearing on it, and then the commission can approve, modify, or deny this sphere. And again, it's adopted by LAFCO, even though you've put a lot of time into it and you include it in your general plan. It's only, LAFCO is the only entity that can approve the sphere. So with that, I'll skip to the other issue about the city sewer extensions outside your boundaries, or it could be Sunny Slope providing water outside their boundary. And we have that issue over in San Juan Bautista as well, so it's not unique to Hollister. The law allows for basically two main considerations. One, if you're serving services within your sphere of influence, then LAFCO consider approving that if it's anticipation of a later annexation, or the law says boundary change, but that typically means you're going to annex it. And in the Hollister case, most of the time it's that you've got an agreement with the landowner, which you have a very good written agreement for that they won't protest annexation in the future when the city is ready to annex. Many times you provide the service because you can't annex, it's not contiguous to the city, would be the typical situation. The other issue is when the property is located outside your sphere of influence, then LAFCO is only to consider approval of that if you have an existing or pending threat to health and safety of the public or the residents of the area. And that should be documented in like a failing well or septic system. So a farm labor camp on a polluted well and you got a water line nearby, that's an obvious case, or failing septic system again when you have sewer nearby. It's really not slated for new development where there's no health and safety problem. It's that the property owner's ready to go and the city's ready to give it sewer and not wait for annexation. So that, again, it's been a common pattern in the Hollister area for decades, but under the law, it really is reserved for existing or pending threats to health and safety, not to speed up the development process. Under subsection E, there's several exemptions from LAFCO review and approval. And one of the ones that you're working on right now is with the city of San Juan Bautista, where they have a sewer system that they operate and they have it planned for their city growth, and you have a sewer system. And in the case for that, if both entities provide the same service and they have the same anticipated quantity of service, like serving the growth of the city, if you reach an agreement with them, then LAFCO doesn't have to approve that. You have the authority to do it yourself. The controversy in the Hollister area has come in where Sunny Slope says, okay, city, you can provide sewer up on Santa Ana Road, and we won't. And there are only sewers over at Ridgemark, but they'll say, well, we could provide sewer there, but we defer to the city. We'll let you provide it. But we have an agreement between two public entities to do that. And that's no. There's no plan for them to provide sewer. There's no facilities nearby. They're not planning on capacity. They have no master plan for that. So in the case of the two cities, it's obvious. You can look at their master plans. You can look at their general plan. But in the case of Sunny Slope, they don't have any plans to provide sewer anywhere outside of the contiguous line to Ridgemark. So I know there's an MOU you guys signed, not you guys, the city signed years ago in 2016, I believe, with the district. It's going to expire soon, but it basically says you don't have to come to LAFCO, and it's really not true because that district doesn't provide sewer for the vast majority of the east side of the city, or the growth area outside your city. You provide the sewer. So this is the Hollister urban area in yellow, which is the boundary that was used to identify where the sewer for this city's regional sewer would be provided. And it was adopted in 2008 based on the general plan of the cities and the county's general plan at the time. And this general plan background on the map is the county's general plan from about 5 years ago. And you can see there's a lot of urban areas outside, but adjacent to that, especially in the south, that are slated for growth, but they're not in the Hollister urban area. And then the area within it is again bigger than the city's general plan growth area. It includes land east of Fairview Road specifically. And so that's again where we get into the issues of this idea that the city's regional plan would serve all of this, but it didn't consider the LAFCO process, and the LAFCO process was misunderstood at the time. So we're struggling now to implement the goals and the desires of everybody, but try to follow within, and LAFCO we're trying to follow what is required under the Cortez-Knox-Hirschberg Act. So again, right now it seems a very cooperative effort with your general plan update to look at these issues head on and try to resolve them and come up with a plan for them. And one of them is your sphere of influence, to put areas that you intend to serve sewer to, put those within your sphere boundary. And if you don't put them in, and that has ramifications for the county's general plan if they have urban designations, because they don't have sewer on their own. So not that they couldn't propose trying to get that, but that's been the historic issue. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And
Thank you very much. Do you have questions from the council? Councilman Burns? Councilman Perez?
No, I love the presentation, though. It gave me some information, or I've been looking for some answers, so thank you for that.
great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have any questions?
None here. Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, for coming and give that presentation.
You're welcome.
There seems like there's an echo. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Yeah, there's a bit of echo with yours. Not here,
I
though.
think
Or-
we need to lower the volume on the other Zoom that you're in, Paul.
Mr. Nicholson, I want to thank you. I think since you've come to LAFCO, you've explained the rules that were, shall we say, were just lacking in the past, and have created issues in our community. I want everyone to understand, currently, this past year, there was more growth in the county than in the city. And that is not where we want to be as a community, because it leads to issues with traffic, infrastructure, and this is why LAFCO plays such an important role, because it forces communities to plan better and not just we'll deal with it later, as was the history of our community in the past. I'm excited to see our general plan finally being updated. Again, I appreciate all you've done to explain these rules, and with time, we're going to make sure we're all following those rules and no more exceptions, and especially the conversations how most communities will not allow services outside of their jurisdictions. If it's not annexed, it's not going to get the service. And that's really what should have happened here years and years ago to avoid the sprawl that's happened in our community. But I'm happy to see that so many of us are working together now, and I'm looking forward to the years coming up. And again, your leadership as LAFCO has changed all of it. So thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards? I'm sure there might be some people interested in this conversation.
I have no speaker cards and one hand raised. Carol Lenore? Carol, go ahead.
Hello there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank Mr. Nicholson. You really spelled it out nicely. It's what I've been saying. I'm really glad to see you, to let folks know that. And I would ask the council to hold strong on those out-of-boundary requests, because as Bill said, it's really meant to be an emergency type request and not for premature development. So thank you very much, Bill, for bringing that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, and thank you for getting me on early. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes, sir.
thank you. I would like to pull A6, A8, A9, A10, A13, and 14, please.
No problem. Any others from council? Do we have any from the public?
Mr. Sywick, did you want to pull the minutes, or did you want to speak at public comment?
Whichever.
We'll speak at public comment.
Not now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there
Second.
a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to item A6. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Who's going to be representing the city?
Right. Probably myself and
Okay,
HR.
great. Just a couple of questions. With regards to creating
Mr. Burns,
the...
if I could, real question.
Yes, go
Yeah,
on.
I'm sorry I didn't ask you earlier, but do you have a face cover you can put on?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I know it
That's
can be a
okay.
little difficult to hear me, so just let me know if you need anything repeated.
Thanks. With regard to the creation of the 2 community service officer positions, I'm curious, clearly an element of this is code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What will occur with the, I believe we have 2 code enforcement officers now currently in planning and development. So will they go to the police department, or will they stay in planning and development?
Yeah, that's a great question. So based on the recent budget approval, we actually lost one of the code enforcement officer positions. So what's going to happen is there will be one code enforcement officer position remaining in the Development Services Department for the time being. I believe that'll be mostly focused on administrative work. I think court hearings and things as such. It's going to be more office work. The CSO2 positions are going to be under the police department. There was a need for this because currently there's not a lot of supervision for the code enforcement officers. So this way, the police department will be overseeing the CSO2 tasks, which will include those out in the field officer positions, as well as some administrative in-office work as well that coincides with the field work that they'll be tasked with.
Yeah, and both current code officers will be encouraged to apply, and we believe they should pass through the process because they are doing code enforcement work now. So we're very positive.
Okay. I noticed in the job description it says that 832 PC, which is the laws of arrest, search, and seizure, are something that they want, but it's a desirable character. It's not required. I would argue that I think it should be mandatory.
Okay.
And so that's just my opinion.
Mhm.
And then the final part of it was, it talks about certification by a state agency. And currently the agency that represents by and large the majority of code enforcement officers is an organization called CASIO, which stands for California Association of Code Enforcement Officers. And they offer a certification that makes the code enforcement officer state recognized. And CASIO is through an assembly bill, the tool that would be comparable to posts for law enforcement. So I would recommend that it be CASIO specifically that provides that certification for our code officers. And those would be my thoughts, comments, questions. And so thank you for your time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, can I answer that real
A
quick?
comment?
What we've done in the past with code enforcement, if they did not have the acronym PCO, we provided them the training to get up to that level because we did want them to have that.
Yeah, and then if I could just chime in as well. So currently, based on the budget, we do have the 2 CSO2 positions. And because we don't have a adopted job description, it's preventing us from moving forward with the recruitment to fill those and allow our officers to apply and move, hopefully, if they get it, to PD and have the adequate supervision and direction they need. So this job description is really a starting point given that they are new positions, and we definitely really appreciate the input, especially given your background with code enforcement, Councilmember Burns. It's really appreciated. And we'll go through and make additional updates and hopefully improve the positions, as needed for requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So just after hearing Councilmember Burns speak, I'm just wondering, I can't quote the exact policy or law that he was talking about, or qualifications, I should say, that he wants mandatory, but are the people that are currently in those positions, do they have that qualification? If not, do we have the ability to get them trained for that in a timely manner and then allow them to also be in this position?
My understanding is both of them have that qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I will move to adopt is it item A6?
A6.
And if I can, make the recommendation that we make that qualification mandatory. Again, I don't remember the exact language. And then that we also adopt the recommendation by Councilmember Burns to go through CASIO as well.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item A8.
All right, so the next few items will also be hearing from Human Resources, so I'll be here for any questions you have. The main change with this job description for the Development Services Director, so we currently do not have an assigned Assistant City Manager. The minor changes in this will allow this director to fill in as acting city manager should the city manager ever be absent, and it would only be upon request of the city manager to fill in their absence.
Okay, is there any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just in reviewing the job description, in others that I've seen listed in tonight's agenda, talks about having a master's degree in a relevant subject appropriate, but I didn't see it listed in this job description. I was curious why not. And then probably more importantly for me is I see where they want the potential director to have the AICP certification. It's desirable, but again, why would we not want that required? And my rationale for that is we want the most qualified candidates with the best education and the best experience, and I think the AICP certification certainly will separate a group of people that may have some qualifications from those that have the most desirable qualifications, and I'd like to see those be required as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other questions from council?
No.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Brett, if this position was the one that was by Brian, is that true?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to take a look at this, and maybe I don't even know if we have to do this, because I'm thinking that we could probably take a look at this when we do the contracts and possibly contract for some of these positions or some of the duties of this position. I don't know if we should be in such a hurry to fill it. If we do, then I agree with Councilmember Burns. It needs to be somebody who's qualified, that has at least a master's level degree. I think Brian did have one. And then I would also support his AICP requirement. But I don't know if we should even be in a hurry to fill this until after our contract discussion, because I've got some ideas to help with this position.
If I can.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this is more of a desire, because this is going to be a person that oversees potentially engineering, planning, and building. So it could be somebody that maybe is an expert in more of the engineering side of it, and is not going to have that planner, or like I say, a planner that's going to be overseeing engineers. You technically would probably want be licensed in all three areas would be the best candidate. But that doesn't, like I say, a licensed engineer is not going to always be the best candidate, and also your planner with a certificate might not be your best candidate either. So,
well, my major concern is not necessarily engineering or planning, it's the economic development piece. Doesn't that fall under this job description as well?
Correct, yeah. It would be desirable that this person has that expertise also, because they do work with different potential businesses, but yeah. So
I'm thinking maybe we should separate them. Like the EDC portion should be one person, and I'm thinking we could talk about that during the contracts, when we talk about the contracts. And then if this person is specifically going to be focused on engineering and planning, then I think that's fine, but they have to have the right qualifications. But I think EDC is something that should be on its own. And this sounds like this person's taken on a lot as it is already. So I'd like to revisit this, if we can, at a later date, to see how we can break it up.
Is there any questions, comments from council on that?
Mayor Velazquez, I would support Vice Mayor Resendez's position on this, particularly as it relates to EDC. I think we've had not adequate return on our investment in the past, and so I would like to maybe really make a concentrated effort to get out there and push this forward. So I would support exactly what the Vice Mayor said.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Chris, is that your request to come back to a date certain, Mr. Resendez?
If I can, I'd like to hold off on this position and maybe have that conversation during the contract conversation, and then we can revisit this position.
So
then we would ask
withdraw.
for that to be withdrawn.
So we
Yeah.
need a request to withdraw.
Okay, I'll make that motion at the appropriate time. Oh, unless we got to take public comment, I'll make it at the
We'll take
appropriate
public
time.
comment first, and then we'll discuss that. Do we have any public comment?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion to withdraw this item? Do you have something, Mr.? No. Okay. Is there a motion to withdraw item A8?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item A9.
Okay, thank you. So A9 is similar to the most recent item, again with this director position. It would be adding in that wording that we were looking to add in at the other one. So they would be serving as assistant city manager or acting city manager if the city manager were out. And those were the main changes made.
Okay.
And also, this one's changed a little bit because in past, we had a management services director that also oversaw the airports. We actually moved the airport away from this position.
Mr. Burns, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I guess my thoughts are on the candidate having a master's would be ideal. But even more importantly for me, as I understand this position is intended to be director of recreation, utilities, parks, fleet, street, and the streets division. Those departments seem incompatible to me. I'm not trying to spend money foolishly here, but I would rather see an additional director for parks and recreation. And it doesn't seem like the two areas of expertise blend well together. And so I would rather have an expert. I think parks and recreation is very important to our community, and I think the investment's worthwhile. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I can probably add to that where it probably happened is because the yard shares tools and equipment, and I think that's why they, instead of having one department trying to fight another department for, say, a tractor or some piece of equipment, it was easy to have a director that made a decision between his or hers department to say, no, this piece of equipment's going to parks today, or to say a water line break. But I'm okay with having it broken up.
And I will
Mr.
say,
Mayor.
due to staffing needs, there are often times where staff are pulled from different divisions. So currently in the community services department, you will find all of our utilities divisions and units, as well as parks and streets and our fleet maintenance. And oftentimes you will see parks and streets working hand in hand with certain utilities units. It really is a team effort. So we see that a lot. And especially with parks too, our maintenance workers do work hard to help with the parks that the recreation department does use often and work with their programs.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Are you? Hang on a second. Are you done, Mr. Burns?
Mayor, the only thing I'd say is we're not that big. We should absolutely not be siloed, and I don't think that equipment should dictate who's in charge of what departments. I think that in some cases the equipment can be shared equally or as needed, but at the end of the day, I do think Parks and Recreation is very important to this community, and I think that it's deserving of a director to lead that charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, this position is also vacant at this time, is that correct?
We have an interim person at this time.
We have an interim. Okay. What I would suggest, and I agree with Councilmember Burns as well, and I'm glad to see that the airport was removed from this position, but I do agree that the Parks and Recs needs to be removed as well, needs to be separated. So what I would suggest is that we withdraw this item as well, and we can revisit that at the same time that we revisit the other item previously, if that's okay with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so how long has the interim director been in this position temporarily?
It's been almost 7 months.
7 months? Yeah. Because I'd hate for us to get into another position where we're waiting to fill this position for another year.
Yeah, I would hope that
I think the recreation department is doing a great job. I'd hate to see them hindered or altered in their direction that they're going. I think we should pull this and revisit this again.
Just for clarity, right now, Recreation does report to the city manager's office, so they've been running very smooth, hopefully. It's my feeling.
Okay. Is there any speaker cards from the public?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we withdraw, is it resolution number 2021-139?
It's item A9, which is 2021-139. Correct. Your motion is to withdraw?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second and a third.
Well, that was
Thank you. Is there a
Aye.
roll call vote, please?
I don't know why it's doing that.
Sounds like they want to present for me.
Can I ask for clarification, when you're asking for these items to be withdrawn and you want them moved to the August 9th meeting?
No,
or-
withdrawn
no.
completely.
Okay, thank you, I'm just making sure.
We'll resubmit when they're
Or
ready.
resubmit.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item A10.
All right, this is us as well. So this is for the revised job description for airport manager. As something that Brett had brought up, our city manager had brought up, was the adjustment and correction because airport is no longer under the community services department. We used to call it management services when they were intertwined together. So now we're separating. So we'll have community services, or we currently do, as well as airport. So the airport manager reflects these changes, and they'll be reporting to the city manager directly, unless in the future, we get an airport director. Then in that case, we'd bring it back with those updates.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think it's a great idea because I think the airport manager is a big job. And I like the fact that that person will report directly to the city manager because I think that's a critical part of how things evolve out there. I'm a little concerned that it looks to me from reviewing the job description that it's more of a property management position. And I understand some of that, but I'd like to see a greater emphasis on the airport piece and the airport itself as in a diamond in the rough and how that's going to develop and move forward. And I don't know how you articulate that or quantify that in a job description, but I wanted to just express that because our airport is an unutilized resource, and the time is now to make that the diamond as opposed to the rough.
correct. And it's like you said, it's real hard to put that into words. It could be more of our interview questions and things like that. But to a point, our airport is a property management. We have a lot of hangars that are being managed. We're also we have ground leases and potentially, I have personally some visions out there that are going to require some marketing to get those different leases in there and get, so I do see them doing a lot of, like I say, property management. But there are numerous other things to make sure that we're getting FAA grants and making sure the maintenance is done properly so that it stays that diamond for Hollister.
So I'm wondering if there are other jurisdictions with like circumstances that we could look at what their requirements are to oversee or manage their airports to see if there's something more definitive, more clearly defined. I don't know. It seems very part of the desirable qualifications is property management experience. Well, I get that, but there's a big difference between managing an airport and managing an apartment complex.
Correct.
Now, some of the experiences might be shared in common, but I think an airport is totally different.
Correct.
And so for me, I just would like to see a more clearly defined set of expectations.
No problem.
Agree. I would agree with you, and I think the property management obviously is an important role, but it's for the director should be more of a secondary. It's the vision. What type of businesses are we trying to recruit to the
Yes.
airport?
Correct.
Are we trying to bring in some tenants that have jets coming in? Do we have a vision for passenger service or other types of services at the airport? So that that bigger vision has to play the key role, and then the property management really becomes secondary, because that's what is coming through from that vision.
Correct.
I think that's really where the success of the airports will be. If not, it's going to continue to be a airport that's used, I don't want to say as a hobby airport, but it's not limited to
recreational
full potential.
Yeah.
So I would agree with the comment.
Yeah,
from Mr. Burns.
it has to have, Hollister is such a draw for, people come, walk, driving through, and they end up staying. You know, and people are gonna, I think our airport's gonna be the same way. So.
Okay, we can polish it up a lot more.
Did you need time to adjust that or bring that back, or is that?
I mean, we'll probably bring them all back at the same time, so let's
Bring 'em
just say
back?
withdraw.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And then just the one thing I see, it says equivalent to bachelor's degree. If I'm reading this correctly, I think we should have at minimum a bachelor's degree. If we can, I'd prefer to see somebody with a master's degree in those related fields. But just not to repeat what everybody else said, I completely agree with what everybody else said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mayor Velazquez,
Go ahead, sir.
one final thought and comment, and I don't know if it's appropriate now or not, but I'm going to put it out there. We're talking about job descriptions, but I'm not seeing salary compensation packages. And one of the things I'd really like to see is that our executive team, our directors are compensated well, because I, again, would like to have us draw the most qualified people regardless, and if they're here, I'd rather see us be able to grow our own, but if we need to recruit, then I would like to have top-notch people coming to Hollister to help us move forward in the future.
At the top of each of the job description does say the salary range that ties to our salary schedule. So if you would like us to put that into future summaries, we could do that too.
I think
So
that would be helpful.
that way you don't have to do the research.
Right, I
We'll-
think that
we'll
would
do
be
that.
helpful so that we can make sure that they're adequately compensated to get the top quality.
Yeah, and then just to note on that, when we do recruit, we include the salary range as well as benefits information. It's minimal because we do go over it during orientation, but they're aware that we do offer a competitive salary and benefits package.
Yes, sir.
That's it, thank you.
Is there a motion to withdraw?
I'll move
I think
to-
we need to open it to public comment.
We already asked for public comment.
I'm sorry. I will make a motion to withdraw item A10, resolution number 2021-140.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to item A13.
Right,
Mr.
thank
Burns?
you.
Who's going to speak on behalf of the city? Is that the city clerk?
City clerk, wait on this one.
Okay, so again, this is a claim against the city, and in this case, it's a tree versus car, and I was just, I wanted some affirmation about why, if it's factually accurate, what's been presented, and I'm not suggesting that it is, but if it is, why would we refuse or want to move this claim on?
Kristen, can I answer this? So sometimes we're indemnified from some of these. So that's what our risk pool will go through and make sure that that all aspects are done. They kind of give us a little bit of a script to follow. That part of we're one of 10 cities, so that's the main reason we go through the process. Now, they find that it's our fault, and they do work with the applicants. So, or applicants, but people making the claim.
If I may add to that, I think there's something like acts of nature that we as a city are not responsible for. But if it were something like, I don't know, something that maybe was reported previously and we neglected that, then maybe that would be something. But there are certain things we're, like the city manager said, exempt from, that we have no control over as a city.
Thank you. Do we, since I've been on council, we got a number of different claims, and your response is consistent. Thank you, I appreciate that. But at some point, can we as council be updated on what the outcomes of these are? Because I've not heard the outcome on any of them.
Yeah,
And,
correct. That is part of, was on our spreadsheet to get that to you, and I will find out where we are with that, the
I
status of.
forwarded the report
Ye-
to you.
Yeah, we usually get like once a month, so we'll get that to you.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. I'm good.
Any other questions from council?
Nope.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item A14. Mr. Burns?
Thank you. Another tree versus car scenario. And I assume the explanation for A13 would be the same for A14. Thank you.
And again, it's the risk management company that goes out and does the investigation. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any speaker cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We will now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Rob Rodriguez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rob Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Hollister. If it's okay, I won't put my mouth near the microphone.
But if you can, put a face cover on because there's public here, so if you can put a face cover on. It's the issue, as we know with COVID, is the masks are not so much to protect us as to keep the spray from going out.
Yes.
We're seeing an uptick in claims or cases throughout our community. If you would please help us by putting a face cover on, that would be very.
I would, but I didn't expect to bring one. And then the blue ones that you guys have there are not recyclable, so I don't want to
Maybe we
contribute
can
to waste that way.
Yeah, we really need your help on this, and I don't want to get in a situation. And unfortunately, earlier I did not stop the person, and I noticed it later through the presentation. But we're asking the public to help us. This is a pandemic that is, again, going through our community, unfortunately. If there's any other cover you have, a face cover or something, or
So are we under a mandated mask right now, or we are? I mean, we are. Are you vaccinated?
Yes.
I mean, if you don't mind me asking. I mean, because aren't those the rules right now?
the rules are, if there's people around, we should be wearing face covers. Can we go back and forth on what way we should be doing this? Of course we can, but I'm asking you to please help us by wearing a face cover, because I can believe, I trust that you are vaccinated, but I'm asking to help us if you can please
sure.
do that, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rob.
Really appreciate that.
And also, if we're gonna have to do that, we need to make sure that we have signage out front, because
I agree.
they need to know this before they enter.
Yeah.
We can't just surprise them at the podium.
Okay, council members, my name is Rob Rodriguez. I'm an executive director for a nonprofit here, a startup nonprofit here in town called Growing Hearts Garden Center. We offer career advancement and career training opportunities to intellectually and developmentally disabled adults while integrating them into their community. We accomplish this through community beautification projects. You can see our handiwork at the down the street on 4th and Mapleton, where we built a garden and erected a little library for the community, as well as out front of the community food bank on San Felipe that we built with the support of Recology. One of our biggest beautification projects that has been ongoing for the last couple of years has been the space in and around the community garden at Vista Park Hill. I'm here to ask about the demolition of the old city buildings at Park Hill that are in the area. In September of last year, I believe, one of the buildings was burned, and it's been sitting in that same condition as when the flames were put out. I don't know the condition of the other 3 buildings besides the disrepair on the outside. Members of the community garden continue to run into contractors or inspectors, I don't know who they are, who are planning for demolition, but we haven't received any official start dates or details as to what will be accessible when demolition begins. I'm not sure if you guys have discussed this already, so that's why I'm here to ask about it. I work in the community garden at Vista Park Hill, and have been working to expand the garden by planting a pollinator garden and trying to create more space for community garden plots for interested community members. Because we visit the gardens to care for the plants regularly, I'm there daily. I'm asking about the demolition timeline, for the safety of the members of the community that are there in the garden. Or anyone that comes to volunteer to help clean the landscapes that surround those buildings, or they collect a lot of trash because they are being unused, or they are unused. So there's a lot of high activity of people coming through in their cars and leaving trash and whatnot. I would also like to know when the demolition begins, what the plans are for the rock walls that surround the buildings. The retaining walls have been there for a long time, and I believe they have historical value for the town. And so I just want to know, when the buildings come down, what is the plan to preserve the walls, or some kind of memorial for if they do come down. Any information you guys could share about that plan for the buildings or the rock walls would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right, good questions, thank you.
Carol, Lenore?
Thank you, Christine. There's a couple of just quick items tonight. I would like the council to see what you can do to spiffy up the downtown tree lights. They're looking very ratty. I'm sure you've noticed them. I'd like to see maybe you go back to the original vendor, which was the Christmas tree light guy. I think if you do it soon, it won't be that big of a job. But if you wait longer, it might be a complete redo. And, they cost money, but we knew we were going to have to maintain them when we approved them. So I'd like to see something there. On my second item, please, I wondered if you would, respectfully, I want to request that you close the meeting in memory of Clinton G. Quilter this evening, as he passed away on July 20th. He was a longtime city employee, very popular employee, and then city manager as well. So if you could please honor him in some way, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Alex Siwak?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a comment and a question about Resolution 124 that passed on your council meeting in June of 21. And the comment is that in the resolution, it references that the 3 parcels seeking annexation are requesting to become into the sphere of influence, and I believe they currently already are in the sphere of influence. And the second portion is that I believe the Resolution 124 was amended on Mayor Velasquez's request from the dais, and I can't seem to find a record of what that resolution is in writing that was voted on. So I would just ask that maybe if there's some way of finalizing that as to what was the amended resolution that was passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Susan Logue?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank the City Council for your service to our community and to the representatives of the community that are there today. I appreciated LAFCO getting that information, and then also recently hearing from the community garden. The San Benito County Free Library can be located on the website at sbcfl.org. And you can find out information about their virtual summer reading program. They're also very excited to be participating in the Kids at the Park, which will be August 11th. So that's just next Wednesday. So anyone who's interested in participating and having their kids come to the Kids at the Park, which is all via Zoom, please contact the library at sbcfl.org or call them at 831-636-4107. They also have just started passport services again, so that's the first time they've got that going since COVID. Zip books are still going on, and they have technology tutoring. If you'd like to have more information from the library directly, please go to their website and you can join their email list, and that will help you understand the recent services that are being provided by the library. Kids at the Park, it's the 27th annual Kids in the Park. How's that for exciting? And it's sponsored by the Safe Kids Coalition of San Benito County. Also, I wanted to let you know that the Friends of the Library recently had a wonderful sale. We sold a huge amount of books we let go of in regards to the public. That was just awesome. It was our biggest book sale ever, and that was last July 17th. We had a huge turnout, and we were very excited about it because a lot of our books are children's books, and then also we have a lot of teachers who come. So our next big book sale will be August 14th, and please come by if you can. Anyone there, would love to have you. And we will be behind the library in the alleyway at the Friends bookshop. You can find out more information at sbcfriends.org. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you everybody for all you do for our community. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Logue.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Yes, thank you. So just maybe give everybody a status on Vista Park Hill buildings. We did find that in different testing for hazardous material, one of the areas that weren't tested was the roofing. So we're having that tested and waiting for the results. And then once that is done, we'll continue with the demolition. We will notify everybody that, of when we're doing that. For the rock walls, our intention was to leave them there. We don't have any plan to remove them at this time. But if there is a future design up there that needs to be altered, we'll bring that to council at that time. My other thing that a request from you, Mayor, is that we actually have a staff member that is presenting on G3 and some personal issues that will, if we have to wait till G3, the staff member won't be able to present it. So we were asking if you could move that forward.
If that's all right with the council, we could do that.
It's fine.
Consensus with the council. And I do want to respond to the rock wall. I think that's, I'm really glad it was brought up, the beautiful walls, and if we could preserve them, we really should do everything we can not to lose those.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can, we're okay with that. We have a consensus, so
Okay.
we will now move to.
Well, if you want to do D2 real quick, I
Go
know
ahead and
no
finish
other
up your
training,
report,
and we'll
yes.
finish off these.
You never have trainings, and now you do? Is that what you're saying?
Right, yeah, we're looking at it, as long as conferences and trainings don't get canceled because of variance.
Did you have anything else?
No, that was
That's
it.
All right, then we're going to go ahead and move to item bring item G3 forward.
Is he gonna fly it in here?
Yeah, see that, I asked that same question. I thought that would be, you know,
I thought you were
impressive.
gonna make a grand entrance or something.
That would really help increase viewership, by the way. So,
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, on the request of Tim Burns to present a little bit more information about the drone program that we have here at the Police Department, I requested Sergeant Leland to provide this report to you. He is he's been in charge of this program for well over a year, and he's actually a certified pilot through the FAA. So I asked Sergeant Leland to present the report.
thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bo Leland. I'm a sergeant with the police department, and I'm currently been appointed as the drone program manager. And they're pulling up my PowerPoint right now, so that's the framework for what I'm going to discuss. To begin, the drone program started for us a little bit over a year ago. You know, as a police officer with the city, I subscribe to and I receive emails from lots of different departments about programs that they're installing and programs that they're starting with their departments. And that I had seen UAV programs, so unmanned aerial vehicle UAV programs that have been started at a number of departments. In addition to that, we received as an employee, he's currently a detective, but he had been a police officer at a neighboring agency in another county, and they had seen drones being used in that county quite significantly, and so he submitted a memo through his chain of command, which included me at the time, and so this piqued my interest as well. Those two things combined, along with us being exposed to drone programs through allied agencies that were coming to Hollister and conducting operations on our behalf, allowed us to begin to look at this. So I'm going off of memory now.
You're doing
a little
good
bit
job.
as to what I was going to say. So there were a number of issues that we were running into. In essence, if a person, the Federal Aviation Administration are the ones that govern all the rules of the airspace around the country. So it's not a local ordinance, it's not a state ordinance, it's really a federal issue that, oh, here we go. Now I don't have to remember. I can just go down the list. So the Federal Aviation Administration are the ones that govern all the rules regarding things like unmanned aerial systems in our airspace. So navigating the federal government system as it comes to things like this became an issue. There are a lot of rules that regulated the use of drones in airspace, such as you're not supposed to fly at night, you're not supposed to fly outside a line of sight, you're not supposed to fly over people. And all those things. And so what we were required to do up until about March of this year was submit for what's called a certificate of authorization, which would have allowed us to bypass those rules and request permanent waivers for those rules. Well, as of March 31st, I should say, to back up, as of the one that we were really interested in because of the technology that's available is our ability to fly at night. We were really interested in being able to put the drone up at night because there are certain technological advances that would have made a drone incredibly useful for us at night. Well, as of March of this year, there was a change to the Part 107 rules through the FAA, which allowed us to be able to fly at night without having to submit for a certificate of authorization. So as of March of this year, we basically were able to accelerate our program and submit for Part 107 pilot applications through a testing process that allows us to get people certified and allowed us to basically immediately deploy our drone. There are constitutional considerations when you talk about issues like search and seizure and you know, the viewing of things, which we also researched, and we were satisfied with the results of our research regarding case law from the Supreme Court and other places. So our policy, we have a policy which was included in the agenda packet, but I have copies here if you're interested in me distributing those. But in essence, 613 One is our policy regarding our use of an unmanned aerial system as it relates to the police department. There are privacy concerns, obviously, from residents of Hollister. They're concerned that we're going to be just flying over people's houses, and we're going to be flying across the landscape, and we're going to be surveilling them from an aerial standpoint. Our policy prohibits that. That's not what the use of the drone is for. We're actually prohibited by our policy from using it for general surveillance activities. So hopefully that mitigates some of the concerns. The other issue that we had was recording storage. So obviously some of the footage that we received from the drone, and I'll go over its uses in a moment with you, but some of the footage is really going to be relatively useless. And our plan moving forward is to delete any useless footage or footage that doesn't relate to a specific crime or investigation. We're not going to retain that footage, so we're not going to continue to store it. Also, all of our flights are logged. They're currently logged through the native program. But as we continue to get more pilots and we continue to do more things with these drones, we're hoping to use a program called Kitty Hawk, which is a free program that we can subscribe to help us to log our flights, when we put it up, where we went, do maintenance logs, and request authorization to fly in airspace, although that's not a huge concern here in Hollister because all the airspace is relatively the same and allows us to fly. But we are logging all of our flights. So the equipment that we ended up procuring is called the DJI Enterprise Dual Drone. It was obtained through an RFP. We actually submitted to 3 different places and asked for bids on them, and they all came back at exactly the same dollar amount. So at that point, we just selected one of the vendors and received the drone through them. It's equipped with a thermal camera. So if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of that screen, you can see the thermal image there. What that would do is allow us to pick out heat signatures at night. So if we were searching for a particular person, whether they were a wanted criminal or a missing person, it would allow us to pinpoint those people even at night. There's possibility of continued use through the fire department, being able to use it to find hot spots and fires, either during the day or at night. It's got a speaker. We can actually broadcast a message across it. You speak into the remote and it broadcasts a message across the speaker. And then it's got a smart controller. So a lot of the off-the-shelf consumer-level drones that you see are you navigate them by hooking your phone up to it. And this one has a controller that has a built-in LCD screen. So we're able to minimize the amount of equipment and allow it to transport from officer to officer so that they don't have to pair their phone with anything. It's a more rapid deployment for the drone at that point. We notified the public that we were going to be doing this just before the 4th of July weekend, which is obviously, as everyone is aware, we received numerous complaints about illegal fireworks over that time and then in the weeks and months afterwards sometimes. We did 16 deployments of the drone on July 2nd and July 3rd. We did 10 on July 2nd and 6 on July 3rd. We weren't able to capture any relevant footage that allowed us to issue citations. And then on July 4th, we did six flights. We were able to do 2 direct citations off the flights. I issued those citations. We were also able to pinpoint 7 other locations that were important for us to go, and we issued 7 citations as a result of that, but that was all done through ground surveillance. The officer who issued those citations witnessed the violation and was able to write the citation, but they were directed to that location by the drone. We did see, it's important to note that on July 2nd and 3rd, having broadcasts that we were going to be using this tool to try and help us with firework enforcement, we saw a drastic reduction in the number of calls that we received regarding illegal fireworks, and we saw a drastic reduction in the number of reported incidents, and so that was significant to us. We felt like the advertisement of our use of this technology to try and help us pinpoint may have either changed the pattern by which people are putting up illegal fireworks, aerial fireworks, or luckily for us, they assumed that every drone in the air was going to be our drone. And so that may have worked to our advantage as well. We're hoping moving forward into the future, if the efficacy of this program continues to prove itself, we're hoping to hopefully deploy more of these drones in the future to assist in things like fireworks enforcement. But I'll go over the other uses of this technology in just a moment. So The anticipated uses that we're going to have for it is we're going to do this for, hopefully, we're going to do this potentially for suspect searches, meaning that if we were to, let's say, engage a person in a vehicle pursuit and they were to crash or abandon their vehicle and move into the backyard of people's residences, it would help us to pinpoint that person's location. If we get missing person reports, which we get on a fairly regular basis, the types of reports where it's, a child went walking from a home, or maybe a gravely disabled adult is missing from their residence, that we would be able to put this up and search a larger area for that person as they walk down the street, or hopefully be able to pinpoint their location. We'll be working with the fire department moving forward to see if we can use this for fire reconnaissance. We did at one point put up a drone to take some evidence photographs of a fire, and it helped us to pinpoint the location of the fire, the point of origin of the fire on the one that occurred on San Benito Street. It helps with crime scene documentation. One of the hardest things that we have to teach new police officers is how to document a crime scene as a diagram, and this technology would help us in doing that, because we'd be able to place the drone over and take photographs of the scene so we can show the evidence in relation to itself and each other. And then collision investigation and reconstruction. At a recent class I went to, they were using drones to basically, they would video the path of travel of vehicles involved in a collision, and they would do it just after the fact, and in doing so they were able to capture and preserve the weather conditions, road conditions, lighting conditions, and things like that for evidence reconstruction on major incidents. And the final way that we anticipate using this is for what we call operational overwatch. So we typically utilize the Monterey County Sheriff's Office for SWAT operations, but we conduct a large number of search warrant operations on our own as a police department after going through significant training. We would use this potentially to overwatch a house to see if people are fleeing out the back, and if they are fleeing out the back, which direction they went, where they may be hiding. Also, if there were large demonstrations, it would give us sort of an eye in the sky that we'd be able to safely deploy, so we could check for problems in the crowd, things like that, and other potential uses along those fronts. So now and in the future, I'm currently the only Part 107 pilot that the police department employs. I got it outside of my employment within the police department, but it put me in a position to oversee this program. We have 7 additional pilots that are all going to be taking their test at the middle of August. We've employed a private company to help them prepare for that test. We're hoping to purchase a training drone. This is a relatively expensive piece of equipment, and if it crashes, it's still a relatively expensive piece of equipment that we have to replace. So we're hoping to use a less expensive drone for training. We want to be able to daily deploy these things on patrol, meaning that an officer comes in, they check out their radio, they check out their other equipment, that the certified pilots would also be able to check this out and take it with them. We want to use it as search warrants, which is what we discussed with the operational overwatch. There are programs with tiny little drones that are like the size of this, this clock right here that you can deploy inside of a residence. So that would help get eyes inside the residence without putting officers in potentially into harm's way. And then more capable drones. So this is a very, this technology is perfect for what we're using it for, but there are better cameras and there are better FLIR cameras. And if we, like I said earlier, if we prove the efficacy of this program, we're hoping to be able to use either budgetary funds or whatever funds the council were to decide to potentially get more capable technology in the future with additional equipment. So with that, I would close and say, the biggest thing that I want to assure the council and assure the public is that we would never use and we will not use this technology to be anywhere that we wouldn't legally be allowed to be anyways. Case law supports that incidental viewing of illegal activity as you fly over it is perfectly legal, but our plan is to use this only in situations that I described above and only in places that we would legally be allowed to be anyways if we were on foot and viewing the area from the ground. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions.
Well, very interesting. I'm sure there's lots of questions. Mr. Burns, you asked for this presentation, so you go first, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Sergeant, first of all, thank you. I got one word. I think that it's amazing, the technology to work smarter and safer. And so I support this 100%. I do have a few questions, however. And so if you were to take video, how would a member of our public initiate a public records request to obtain that video, and what is the process for that?
So the only video evidence that we're going to retain is going to be video evidence that pertains to a particular investigation. So it would be booked into our evidence section on a DVD or a USB or whatever media, and then it would have to go through the regular process that any evidence video would have to go through. There are Public Records Act requests that people can submit. They can go to the police department and be in the lobby, meet with our records personnel and submit the request. And then within our policy, it would be released or not released based off of whatever relationship that person has to the incident.
Thank you. I'm wondering what the cost of this device is and who paid for it. How did we fund it?
So I would have to defer to the chief on that.
As far as the exact cost, Bo, how much was
It was roughly $5,000.
yeah, $4,900. Reached out to the city manager earlier this year and told him about the program, and we've spoken about it before. And what we did is we used savings that we had in a particular fund within our existing budget, and he approved the purchase. It was something else that we were going to purchase that we didn't anyway. So he gave us the go-ahead to start this, to move forward to the next level of this program.
Thank you, Chief. With regards to the training, will the training of those 7 officers, was that done in-house or was that done in conjunction with a specific authority?
So the training, so it's sort of a 2-stage training. There's a legal requirement that they obtain what's called a Part 107 license, which is the FAA Part 107 test is something that, unless we had a pilot instructor, so somebody who was a manned pilot instructor, really wouldn't be qualified to teach. So for that, we contracted with an online resource that helps them to, it's a series of videos that they watch. They learn about airspace, weight requirements. They learn about how far over structures that they can fly. And once they pass that Part 107 test, the basics of what that allows is that they're allowed to fly a drone and receive compensation for it, meaning we're allowed to pay them to fly a drone. If they were to fly a drone and be compensated for it through their, an hourly wage through the police department, it would technically be illegal would they not receive this certification. So that's the first step. The second step is going to be, we're going to have to organize training flights for them, which is why I mentioned that less expensive drone that is based on the same technology that they would be able to go out and we would be able to, teach them how to orbit, teach them how to navigate across country, not the whole country, but, across this 200-yard stretch or whatever it may be. So we're going to organize a training program, and that'll be done in-house.
Okay. And with regards to any type of yesterday, or I guess it was Sunday, we actually had a little earthquake got my attention, but reminded me about emergency preparedness response. And I was very encouraged by the fact that you were talking about how you could actually use it to make audio comments as well, or announcements. And so have you reached out to the County of San Benito at all to see if there is a role in their disaster response team, or is that a possibility?
That's absolutely a possibility. It's something that we're looking forward to. This program is still relatively in its infancy in that we have one drone that's capable of doing X, Y, and Z in terms of the number of things that we're doing. As we get more pilots on board and as we get more coverage, because right now we're basically only allowed to fly it when I'm working. As we get more coverage, as we get more pilots, as we hopefully expand the program in terms of the amount of equipment that we have, we would definitely reach out to the search and rescue team through the county and through the other disaster and emergency preparedness resources to let them know that we have it. We have the technology and it's available to them as well.
Do we currently have access to, like, maybe the CHP helicopter or maybe the city of San Jose on a high-profile event?
We do. As a matter of fact, there was a homicide that occurred on Prospect Avenue several years ago, and in that particular case, I was on duty, and we were informed that the suspect in that case had fled over fences into a condominium complex, and we requested the use of the helicopter. An hour and a half later, it arrived on scene. And that's part of this, is that we have technology at our fingertips that allows us to deploy similar technology to that of an air resource like the helicopter from CHP or the Sheriff's Office in Santa Clara County or San Jose PD. We have the ability to deploy that within a minute if we have an officer on scene who's qualified to fly it.
I think this is a great alternative. I've worked in communities where they do have access to helicopters in the jurisdictions, and they certainly have an advantage, but they certainly have some consequences too with that huge spotlight. And, you know, most of them can't hover in one place because they're not powerful enough to do so. And,
Right.
and I'm very encouraged. I think this is state-of-the-art technology, and this is, you know, law enforcement 2.0 in my mind, and I think it's really good. The last question or comment I have is for Mr. Epperson. Sir, have you had a chance to review risk as it relates to this, and have you weighed in on that with the police department?
I have not yet. I have not seen the policy or participated with the police department on this matter, but I'm certainly willing to coordinate with them to do so.
I think it'd be helpful to do that because you never know when things happen, and I'd like to make sure that we're as well protected as we can be. Sounds like the police department's done an amazing and an exceptional job.
Sounds like
Thank you, sir.
it.
Thank you, Sergeant. Appreciate your comments, and thank you, Chief.
I might have Chief answer that too.
Councilmember Burns, just to clarify, that our policy is through Lexipol, and it's the same policy that many other cities that have already had the drone program in place are using. So it's been tested up to this point. As always with Lexipol, if there's any changes, any case law that happens, any new laws that are in effect, Lexipol notifies us, and then we adjust our policy to reflect that newest law. And in regards to liability, City Manager, we got additional coverage specifically for the drone, especially in this infancy. We didn't want to risk anything going awry, so we do have additional coverage that will cover the drone. Many of the other cities don't have this coverage, so just to be on the safe side, we went ahead and notified our insurance pool that we had this, and this is their recommendation. So I think that moving forward, we've tried to think of everything that could possibly go wrong and try to mitigate it or try to plan for it. And so far, so good. Bo has done an amazing job. He's an excellent instructor. So he's gotten a lot of these officers that have an interest in this. And like you said, we have 7 more officers that are going through the program. So hopefully it's not just getting the equipment, but having it used to be more efficient and to make some cases out there.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the clarification, and I'd also like to thank the sergeant. As I understand what he said is he took the training independent on his own, and I think, again, that speaks to the commitment of the men and women of our police department to best serve our community. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Councilman Burns, I'd like to add, Lexipol is paid for by our risk pool because of the quality of their policies, and they are vetted very strongly, and it makes the department run that much smoother.
Thank you, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so can this be used as a tool to get like speed limits? Can you get a car speeding? Is it going to be able to be used in traffic violations?
So I think our policy would generally prohibit that. I think that would fall under the general surveillance type activity. It's also, I mean, I think everyone would be happy to know that our policy also prohibits the drone being weaponized. So that's a good thing, I think, for everybody. But
Squirt gun.
But I think it would be relatively difficult. This particular drone, contrary to KION's reporting, this particular drone only has a top speed of about 30 miles per hour. They reported 300, which was a bit erroneous. But I think it would be difficult to use it for something like speeding. Also, the only way I think that you'd be able to capture speed with this would be to set up 2 particular points and then use a stopwatch to time a vehicle as it passed from one to the other, which is the definition of a speed trap, which is also illegal under California law. So I think it would be difficult to use it for speeding enforcement.
Okay. No, I was just wondering if, ouch, don't turn that way. If it had like a radar.
No, this particular is not equipped with a.
Do they come like that?
I haven't seen any that are equipped with radar, and I know that there are signs all over that say speed enforced by aircraft, but there are certain sections of California law that require a police officer to actually be viewing it, not necessarily through a monitor or through something else, but they have to be able to physically see the violation. So when they talk about speed enforced by aircraft, there's actually a CHP spotter who's sitting in the passenger seat and using technology to be able to determine a person's speed, and he's actually the issuing authority in those cases.
Good. Now, I know our vice mayor is a big drone fan, so I'm sure he has a couple comments and questions. I've seen his drone videos, so Mr. Resendez, you have some comments?
Absolutely. As the mayor stated, I'm a bit of a techie, and I do have a little drone. I have a little mini DJI that I play around with here and there. And I just got a couple quick questions. The the infrared that you're talking about, I'm assuming that's available during the daytime, not just nighttime. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can switch back and forth between 3 different views. So there's a full, what we call FLIR, which is forward-looking infrared. There's a full FLIR view. There's a hybrid view with ambient light and regular light. And then there's just a regular, as you've seen on TV, drone video view as well. So you can toggle back and forth between those 3 views.
Okay, and then I heard you say that it had a speaker. I'm wondering if it has a microphone. That way you can have two-way communication. So if you make an announcement, can they reply to you,
So,
giving your directives or not?
So in this particular model, there is not, but there is technology that allows for that. When you have I could talk forever about all the uses for it, and I did in the chief's office before he approved this. But there are situations where units or police departments or sheriff's offices have used it to communicate with barricaded subjects. They put the drone directly in front of the person's car. Maybe they're barricaded in a car or behind a residential door, and they communicate with the person that way. And it allows it allows us to be able to get our message to them in another way, as opposed to bullhorns or massive speakers or things like that. It does allow us, there is technology that would allow for two-way communication, but this particular drone's not capable of that.
Okay, I'm just thinking that might be useful in that exact situation that you're talking about. If you give them a direction, how are they going to respond to you? You're not going to be able to hear them.
Right.
So maybe that's just something to consider in the future. I'm wondering how far it goes, and does it have like lighting? Like, can you light up an area with it?
Yeah, so actually the chief and I sort of tested, we on ourselves, which is never a good way to start, but we tested on ourselves the spotlight capability, and we actually found that the spotlight was incredibly bright from an altitude of about 150 feet over in an overwatch capacity. So it does have a spotlight on it. It comes equipped with anti-collision sensors or anti-collision lights if we're going to be using it at night. If you're going to use it after civil twilight or before civil dawn, you have to have anti-collision lights equipped on it, and it does come with that. This was really kind of an all-for-one package that we were able to get that met all of our needs to start with, and we're hoping to prove the program's viability with this drone.
Okay, and then I think you covered it a little bit, but the anti-collision, is that like a sensor that stops it from hitting, let's say, a tree or a telephone wire?
So it's 2 separate systems. So the anti-collision lights are going to be for, technology is amazing. I logged into our system just prior to coming up here, and I learned that there was a helicopter that had landed at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. So we are able to see that there is aircraft in the area. The anti-collision lights are for those aircraft to know that there is a drone that's up in the air, and that this is, they may want to avoid this so that the two don't collide with each other, because I think we can all agree that would be a disaster. But the drone itself has anti-collision technology that's built in. So there are sensors that allow it to tell us that we're moving within a certain, it gives us audible and visual warnings that we're moving into an area where we could collide with things. That doesn't mean that it's going to stop the drone necessarily, but it will give an audible alarm to the operator that there's an impending collision with a fixed object of some type.
Okay, and that's pretty much it. I just thank you guys. I'm pretty optimistic. Again, I believe in technology and the advancements that we're making. So I applaud you guys for going out and trying something new. If it works, then good. I think this is the future of, it's just only going to complement our PD. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Mr. Leland, I'm going to assume you were pretty busy on the 4th of July flying your drone around town then.
We were, yes.
You had 2, and then another 7 you helped?
Yes.
So that's a pretty good track record you had there on that.
Yeah, so the camera on the drone, on this particular drone, the camera is effective at a certain height. It just so happens that height is also within the aerial range of some of the fireworks that we were up against. So we found that there were kind of, relatively few places that we were able to safely launch it and be able to observe that type of activity. That being said, we did put it down finally because the density of the explosions in air were so unpredictable and so potentially dangerous. I personally didn't want to be responsible for being the guy who flew the thing 6 times and then lost a $5,000 drone. But we were able to use it, as I stated, for 9 overall citations. We were able to do 2 primarily from the drone, and I issued those citations from the drone incident. And then we were also able to guide, and those resulted in 7 other citations.
The reason I'm kind of getting to here is the future of these drones. I'm going to make the assumption also here that probably the technology is leading towards self-launching drones with some response, maybe with shot spotters and those types of things. Are you hearing about that yet, or?
Yeah. So, and I'm gonna neglect to mention the name because I'm not 100% sure, but there is a municipal police department down in Southern California, and I met at a recent drone manager program training. I met with them. They have, I believe, 5 locations in town. Like they've employed the top of Target to correlate it to Hollister. It would be like the top of Target, Hollister Super, the other Hollister Super, and maybe one other location. Those drones are auto-launched with any 911 call that comes in. So if the dispatch center receives a 911 call, the drone is auto-launched. There's an operator within the communication center that does that. And that drone, basically using mapping technology, goes directly to the location of the 911 call and basically just sits there. And it does that operational overwatch thing that we talked about. And they've seen enormous success with it. They started using drones very early in drone technology, and so they have a massive system. Each one of their drones costs tens of thousands of dollars, but they've been able to build it up to that point. And I think the technology is certainly there. I think there are a lot of technological issues that we would have to overcome. I think Paul would hate me at the end of this request, but but that's something certainly to look at in the future.
I would. That's kind of what I'm leading to. I think I know it's out there. That's why I brought it up. I would be very in favor of you visiting this department, putting together that bigger plan. I think it's clear the future lies in what's happening here. And if we need to get the drones, they can go higher and issue more citations to those on the 4th of July or those that keep doing things that we express over and over they shouldn't be doing. I think it's important. I mean, I've said this, I think everybody's heard me say this over and over. Tools, tools, tools. What tools do you need to make our community safer? I'm sure we're going to be talking to the fire department real soon here about their new tool. And it's important. And that's where technology is going. It's taking us there quicker. It's a better response for our community. And I'm, let me say this, highly, highly impressed by what you presented tonight.
Thank you.
And all the work you put in to make it happen. And I'm sure the hours you spent with the chief there to explain the whole system. So I'm very happy and thankful for having you in our department.
Oh, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Again, thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir.
I'm looking forward to hearing more of what you can find from the other department and so on.
Mr. Mayor, the agency he was talking about, Chula Vista Police Department, Chula Vista has a lot of drone footage available that they've shared. It's downtown centralized area, high crime area, response immediately by the drone just to watch and then give the information to the officers as they're approaching. And they've been successful in seeing the crime and getting the evidence. Lots of times by the time the officer gets there, people are scattered, witnesses are reluctant to come forward. These drones flying straight to that location can be there within a minute or less. And like you said, they've been doing this for years, so they are way ahead of us. I'm not saying that we would have a system or a need for something like Chula Vista, but it's just really interesting to see how they're being very successful with their program.
I think we could use that system, and it's. I'm sure within 5 years we're going to laugh about this conversation tonight because the world is changing, and I'm already thinking of the parking structure here at City Hall as launch sites. That's why I brought these things up. So thank you very much. All right, it's almost 9 o'clock, so let's take a 10-minute break.